Hello? Wait. What? Help! Hold on, gamers. Okay, that's the right mic. Nothing is coming through. Wait. Okay, there we go. Hi, gamers. my my phone's Spotify was trying to steal the Spotify from our computer. This is so rude to me. Hi, Cody Bear. What's up, buddy? It's okay. It's just food. It's just food. I got some food delivered. It's okay. I have paper for notes. I'm so glad. I hope everyone is so ready to learn. And by learn, I do mean listen to me info dump. Cause that's pretty much all this stream is gonna be. I hope everyone knows this. You're just here to listen to me info dump. I actually need to pull up my notes. I have like a bunch of physical notes as well. Okay. I've got it all. But anyways, hi gamers. How has everyone's day been on a scale of 1 to 7? My day has been a probably like a 5 or 6. Let me come and say hello to everyone. Hi, Cheese. I'm so glad you're excited. Hi, Jules. Hi, Cloudy. Also, any images on the slides? Cheese, there's like 60 images, I think. Hold on, I can actually get you a... There are... 47 plus 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 7 plus 6. Whatever that number is. There's a lot of images. But I'll send you a zip file or something. I don't know. No, you need to open it not on a laptop. I'll send you a bunch of images. You've been shopping today? That's freaking awesome. I just got food from Panera, and I'm very excited. Listen to me crunchily open the bag real quick, so sorry about that, gamers. I got a sandwich. Oh, down the streets of Petersburg. I love this song. And a baguette. It will be baguette. And a bowl of soup. And that's my dinner. I actually, gamers, I love this song so much. I have not only the entire thing memorized, but I listen to a podcast called the Penumbra Podcast. If anyone knows what the Penumbra Podcast is, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. But there's an animatic to this song about one of the characters in the Penumbra Podcast, and I think about it constantly. But if anyone needs a good podcast to listen to, go listen to the Penumbra Podcast. We're gonna yap for just a little while longer. As I munch on my food, cause I like my food. Even when you hated something and you loved it so. Learn my stuff in some tough company. There's a boy growing up who is me. But I was debating on what to do for stream today. Persis, please stop trying to drink my hot chocolate. You're uneducated. So, Cloudy, this might actually be something you're really interested in. I have put together a PowerPoint including not information. I'm gonna just ramble about stuff, but I've put together a PowerPoint with all of the concepts and content that you have and have not seen about every single Amari variant that I have created. And there are, hold on, let me double check. There are 45 slides. Okay. This also includes all of the cutscenes, but not the written content. Any written content, I will need to be bribed to post on AO3 later. And by written content, I mean when Bird killed Josie, in Bird's cycle, when Jaxper lost his life to Josie and then Bird killed Josie because of it, I have that written. I also have the mental state of the breaking point of Canine turning into Kane. I have both of those things written. And I think they're really tasty. And I would really like to share them, but I will need to be bribed because I'm a little scared. Someone put freaking arugula on my sandwich. Who did this? Can I bribe you with art? Yeah, probably. I really did 35 slides this Sunday. They said why? Hyperfixation. Cloudy, I also have a lot of artwork. I mean, you've seen my Procreate. I have not every single image because I have a lot of unfinished pieces that will probably never be finished and probably never see the light of day. But I have almost every single image that I have ever drawn of Bird or Amari or any of their variants ever in this. As well as my 3 main AUs and all of the cutscenes and some extra slides. So I don't know how long the stream is gonna be. But I want to finish my sandwich before we get into it. I had artwork plans anyways, this is fine. Jeez, I'm shaking you back and forth. But I'm really excited to talk about this. Because in the beginning, Amari wasn't actually a very thought out character. It was more I had this design concept and I had that's pretty much it. I had this design concept and I knew I was gonna be in Meridian. And that was about it. And then slowly they became their own person. Yeah. Mm. Guys, I got a frozen hot chocolate from Panera, and it's kind of fire. The love of your life. I love Amari M. Kennedy so much. Whoa, touchtone telephone. I love them so much. Frozen hot chocolate? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty fire. Um, they're my little guy, and I'm sad. I'm sad. There are a few things yet to be seen about them. Kind of. You're right. It's just frozen chocolate milk essentially. But however, we'll see. And if they don't ever get shown, I'll just show you guys the references in the Discord. But my sandwich is a little spicy, so I'm now suddenly overwhelmed with the amount of spice. I do believe we should start my sandwich. How about we start our talk, boys and not boys. The two genders, boys and not boys. Let me make sure this is actually working. It is. All right. Who's ready for the Wild West Amari variants? Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo! It's look how. Oh, you can't even see the last one. Hi, son. All right. Oh wait, the text also does a little. It does a little jumpy. First on the docket, we have our one, our only, Mariam Kennedy. You can't even see their name. It's fine. You know their name. We all know. We all love this guy. Everyone say I love you, Amari. This guy's dead. That is hell. Woo. Okay. Amari M. Kennedy. What do I even like say about them? They are such an interesting person to me. They were... Okay, I'll start at the beginning. Which you'll see some of these concepts later on down the line when I actually talk about concepting for Amari. But they were originally supposed to be like a silent, not a silent type, but they were Hi Josie, thank you for the 8 months. But they were supposed to be just like a not get in the middle of things, stay in the background, watch the story type character. I wanted them to be kind of traveling bard vibes originally. Um, yes, I was very nervous at the start of this server, because I, fun fact, at the beginning of the server, I had only ever spoken to one of the members. And that was it. I only knew. And then watch this. Sorry, Liz. I was so. They call me the nervous. they call me the guy with all the nerves ever. But at the beginning of the server, I only knew one person. And that person was Anthony. I only had known Anthony for a little while. We met on Tumblr because I drew fan art of his character and he went, "Whoa, that's awesome!" And then we started talking. And that was the only person that I knew. I knew of several of the other members, because I had like followed several of their other stories, and other servers that they had been on, and I'd been like, wow, like these are such cool people. Like, how the hell did I get here? And so I didn't want to have to make a character that would talk to people because I didn't want to. And then I met Starf. And then we died 7,000 times in the Nether, and I was like, well, that's shit. I guess I'm in it now. I can no longer be weird and mysterious. And then I became a wet cat of a just a sopping wet cat. Just sopping wet. Amari had the masking glasses because of Mysona's robot mask. I don't really know how to like describe it. It kind of looks like a robot to me. And so I was like, you know, we were directed to make cowboy versions of our personas. And I was like, okay, how do I portray this weird mask that my persona has without giving this character a mask? Because I didn't want to do that. I did not want to just give Amari a mask. My poor Sona. I also originally Amari was going to be, they really just said just be cowboys and everyone did. It was, yeah, they did. And now we're all such strange creatures. Isn't that crazy? Amari also recently was supposed to be, give me a second. Originally, not recently, Amari also originally was supposed to be a like beetle hybrid of some sort, have like little bug features, because a friend of mine was calling me Love Bug at the time, and I was like, wait, that's kind of cutie. So I was like, okay, I can't use the name Love, so maybe I'll use the name Bug for this character, and that was their original name. And then I was like, I actually don't like that very much. I want to change it. And my mom was like, okay, so let's go through some name ideas. And then I was like, I really want to do a pun off my Bug and Arson. new AU just dropped 2020. And so my mom was like, okay, let's look some names. Let's look some names that like mean love or some words that mean love. And then I was like, wait, hold on. And that's how the name of Mariam Kennedy came to be. And after that, I dropped the bug idea because I was like, I actually kind of hate this design. I actually no longer have that design. I think I deleted it. I went looking for it today and cannot find it. I love baguettes. Oh. What? Do I have the trigger warning? Oops. I didn't even mean to do the trigger warning. I don't want to move my now playing. It just says her name. It's not. I guess I should probably because the other ones. Whatever. Actually, you know what I'll do? I can just. Can I just do? But I don't want to do that. I'll just remove the sign. Nah. I'll remove all this. Okay. There we go. Hi, Bean. Okay. Now you can see it all. I then, you know, decided to do the mask and the glasses. The hat was just because I wanted to draw a big freaking hat. And I love cowboy hats, but I didn't want to do a cowboy hat. I wanted to do like a weird sun hat thing, and so I did. And eventually we got to this character. And I still didn't know what I was doing. I had several conversations with our old writing team being like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know what Amari looks like. I've drawn like 7 different ideas and I hate all of them. I don't know who this character is. I don't know what they are. And I don't know anything. And they were like, okay, here are some thoughts. And like things you can think on for this character or how you'd want to play this character in the long run. And at that point, I think this was towards the beginning of when I was messing around with Mish a lot. And Mish and I had a few conversations about the fact that Mish was like this like fae being. And I was like, I do love fae. I think that's pretty cool. But I don't know how this guy, everyone sees this guy, would be fae. Like they don't really give that vibe. Like they have like pointy ears, sure, but that's just because I'm, you know. And so all my characters have pointy ears. Sorry. And then I what was I really into at the time that was changelings? I don't think it was just Rolithid Apotheosis. However, Rumi, mwah, I love Elena so much. Me and Elena were tight. I cast Vibe Check. Hi, Zara. Wow! Zara, thank you for the 1 gift sub. Thank you so much. Dude, Cheese! Cheese deserves that. Thank you, Zara. I think it might have been Apotheosis actually, but I don't exactly. I'm not like glazing over you, Zara. I promise. I'm still thinking about my sentence. Thank you, Zeratul. I don't remember if it was that. I was really into Dark Tides at the time. But I don't remember a changeling in Dark Tides. There are Wendigos, which was kind of also the vibe. I wanted, whenever I was like thinking about this guy, I was thinking of like a very unsettling aura. Yeah, I said the magic words. I said the magic words. Um, and I think that was also kind of the thought, was like just like a strange, odd guy. Is there? Am I dumb? I'm thinking of the Wendigos. It's also been a really son. I've consumed so many podcasts since I finished Dark Tides for the second time. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, Ernest. He's weird and weird. I forgot about that. Maybe that's what it was. If you haven't listened to Dark Tides, it's a fantastic podcast, and everyone should go listen to it. It's a live action tabletop roleplay. It's fantastic. Um, I well, you're the earnest guy. Thank you very much. Me and my guy Alistair Stern. I love Alistair Stern. Um, unlike animated TTRPG. It's on Spotify. I know it's on Spotify. I don't know if it's anywhere else, but I know it's on Spotify. Um, Back to what I was saying. Um, I know I wanted to be like an ooky spooky guy, and I started thinking about changelings, and I brought it to the writing team, and I was like, hey, thoughts on this? And they were like, that's banger. You could do a lot with this. And then I did. And then I created 17 lots with this. um um uh Amari was a very unfinished character, and I unintentionally played into that a bit, with them constantly not switching sides, but they like they 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 jumped around a bit, I guess is how you could put it. Um uh they I miss them every day. However, I do not miss drawing this scarf. I do not miss drawing this scarf. I, for some reason, decided to do this by hand every single time. And I do not miss drawing it. And drawing the scarf today, it's just so. It's just so. I actually have an image that I'm not sure got posted on in any of the slides. Hold on. Gah. Hi, Hero. What's poppin', Hero? Um, where would it be? Oh, actually, I can just grab it from here. This. Here, I'll actually just put it in the. Save image. Save. Let me just. Oh, I can just actually share it here. This Brain isn't spin. Puts you on one of those little carousels with the like little ones that are in playgrounds. This is actually the first image I ever drew of Amari, which is mostly just atmosphere, but it's okay. This is the first image I ever drew of Amari. In the Nether, because I love the Nether. Me in the Nether, that's my home. I love it. But I'm really proud of this piece. I think it's really cool. I've never actually posted that anywhere. Well, I think the cast saw it like in the first few days of the server being open. However, and we're back. I think it's pretty. I don't remember where it was before I went and found that photo. Excuse me while I scroll back up. Let's see. What was I saying? Oh, the scarf. Yeah, I don't miss the scarf. There also was going to be a thing for a while that Amari was not gonna have a face, like it was gone. Because I didn't wanna I didn't wanna and it was gonna be like a dream thing. You can actually see it in one of the dreams, but we'll see that later. There was also gonna be a cutscene that I was gonna work on, that I didn't, because I didn't draw it. And it was gonna be Amari like practicing facial expressions in the mirror. Because there was for two reasons. Number one, they were not gonna have any control over their facial, like their face or how it looked. And two, there was a bit of like they were weird about emotions, like they couldn't, like they didn't, not that they didn't feel emotions, but that they didn't know how to mimic the emotions of the humans. And I had a bit going where I never cried for most of the server. And then something happened and I don't remember what it was, but I like actually just like broke down sobbing like me, and I didn't mean to in character. And that was going to be a thing that I was going to uphold with Amari, is like they knew the emotion, they knew how to seem sad outwardly, but they were never so sad internally that they would cry. I actually think the first time I cried was when Hexel, during the Hexel hallucination, and I killed Jaxper. That might have been the first time. Because dog, that stream was crazy. I love, when I killed Jaxper, when I popped Jaxper's totem, it was the Hexel hallucination stream, and you showed up to like check on Jax afterwards, and then I showed back up and I was like literally just like in tears, just sobbing. And then Hexel showed back up and you accidentally didn't have a muted on stream. Yeah. And I'm like 90% sure that was the first time in the entire server that I had cried. And that was because that stream was just so crazy and I was so into it. And I'm so sad because that would have been like a really cool like bit to have, but I never got to like explain that, so no one would get it. No one would get it. That's my problem, is like I had all of these little like quirks that I would do with Amari, but I didn't I never like said them out loud. They were just like implied things that I knew in my head. And I don't think anyone ever caught on to it. Like anytime Amari was in an uncomfortable situation, she would stand directly behind or like slightly behind and to the side of whoever was the safest to her in that moment. I also tried to always keep like general things that I knew people I might see on streams, like the flowers that they liked. I tried to keep those in a bundle on my person, so if I ever saw them, I could give them out. I always kept the engagement ring and the wedding ring on my person, except for the few times that I actually broke my engagement ring. We don't talk about that. And the first time I did that, I was so genuinely upset because I was like, that's the original and I just broke it. But it's fine, I fixed it. I don't know if I did it a lot with Amari, but I know I do it a lot as Bird. The whistle thing that I do. I do that because not only is it a stim for myself, but sometimes I do it more like purposefully as the character. I don't know how to explain it, but like as a not really as like a comfort thing, but as like a that is a canine thing, but it's a more specific whistle that I do as Kane, and Kane's was to not only be just like generally unsettling, but they're a dog. It's a dog whistle. Not like really, but you know, it's a dog and it's whistling, so it's a dog whistle. But I did it. I know I do it as Bird, and it's to like it's like a bird. It's like a bird tweeting. In my head. I love this song. Kane's made me think of the one game you played. Yeah, with the whistling man. Yeah, exactly. That was the Killer Frequency was the game. That was the inspiration, and then I realized that I just made them more like Death from Puss in Boots. I guess I can't escape. I want to point out a few things from these because you can't actually see my cursor, but hold on, I have a way around this. Laser pointer! What was it that I wanted to point out? Where did they go? This is a crow feather. Or a raven feather. I think it's a raven feather. But it's really special in my heart. When I first drew Skirma, I accidentally drew him without wings. Because I somehow forgot Skirma had wings. I don't know how I did that one. This I drew on a whim. I'm also like 90% sure this isn't actually how I died. I'm like 90% sure I got shot with a gun, but I really liked the idea of them being shot through the chest and then the like fire. This is Hero's Cloak because that's one of my older brother figures, and I miss them. I miss them every single day. I miss them. This was, I don't remember what stream this was after, but this was after a really specific stream where Amari went and slept in the Nether because that's where they used to sleep when they were stressed, was in the Nether, because that was safe and no one could get there except for the people that they trusted. This is we have accidental duo at home. um it's beautiful. And then this was the concept of like they didn't have a face. I think that was right after the duel, and she started putting a cloak on anyone who slept near the hub like that. That might have been what it was. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually really, really proud of this drawing too. I kind of just like started sketching, and it came out really nicely. I really like this lighting here and stuff, and then the red from like the Nether. It was I remember leaving a red banner for that reason. Hero's cloak. Sobs. Hi Goose, how are you? All right. Who wants to move on? We'll probably still talk about Amari later because I love them, but we have 44 more slides to get through. Oh, this was Amari's lookbook. This isn't all of it, but this is like they were coyote coded in my heart of hearts. In my heart of hearts, that guy was a coyote. In my heart of hearts. Oh, also, this was my concept. Bye, Hero. Take care of yourself. This was my concept of what the in-between was like for Amari turning into Bird. I was thinking about the fact of a character who was completely fluid, forced into being stagnant, and then being changed into someone else. So like the ripping apart and then putting back together. And it was very much the thought of like, you know, like when you put pressure on an asleep limb, and how much that hurts, but like your whole being. And so that's why in Hei's in between cutscene with Spencer and Mish and Amari, the voice line is it hurts, I'm sorry, please get me out. Is because it hurt, and they were scared. They're just a little guy. Next, my guy. Anyways, this is Bird. We all know and love Bird. Yay! There are some never before seen art on this page. We have the drawing of my feelings after Jaxper died to Chris. This is how I imagine the Bird yelling at Chris, "You killed him," was Bird holding Jaxper's body. Because in my heart of hearts, gamers, hear me out. In my heart of hearts, if a character loses their first life, their body disintegrates and respawns at their bed. If a character loses their second life, their body stays and does not disintegrate until that character comes back on the train for this last cycle. In my heart of hearts, Jaxper's body was still on that beach. Amari's body was still in that jail cell. That is my personal headcanon, and I think about it all the time. Now, another drawing. This is the bird reference sheet for scars and tattoos. This is no, we're getting too far ahead. This is their canonical tattoo that I have drawn like twice. Their scars include the ones from their first life, which was taken by plague, also known as rat or Oakley. They were assassinated. Plague hit them in their leg to stop them from running, and then in their shoulder neck to kill them. And those scars are still here, as you can see. The scars on their arms are from Noki. When Noki and Bird fought after Bird killed Josie. This is Bird. Bird. I love them. Hey, Bird. I think about her. If First Life was not Amari and their body can be around with Bird. Is Bird Amari then? What's the connection? So, Bird is Amari. They're all the characters you're gonna see is the same person. They, as a changeling, become a quote-unquote different person every time that they change face. It's as the D&D rulebook calls it, a mask. Because I love the D&D rulebook for changelings. Me and the D&D rulebook for changelings are tight for how many times I've read through that trying to get ideas for this character. Amari's body could not be around with Bird. Yeah, different body, same soul. I'm in love with Bird. I'm gonna kiss that guy. You do. So, shrugs. Bird is my goopy gunky guy. Except for that they're not goopy or gunky. You'll see that guy later. I love her. She's pretty. I feel like every time I draw Bird, her hair gets larger. Her hair gets larger. As you can see on the bottom left, her hair is massive, and that's just the way I like it. Is massive fluffy curly hair, which is so funny because one of the first things Jaxford told me about this character is it looks like she needs her hair brushed. That was like literally one of the first things he told me was like, damn, I'm gonna need to take a hairbrush to that person. And I was like, what? What do you mean? So I haven't stopped thinking about that one. This Bird is a magpie. Amari was a coyote, Bird is a magpie. I don't know what Bird now is. Yes! He wants to brush out my curls! The hair's actually full of sadness. Damn, jeez. I don't actually know what animal current Bird would be. Because I don't think they're a magpie. If anyone has any ideas. But this Bird was a magpie. Well, this is technically Bird. This is the other Bird. This, hello. This is other Bird. Wow. This is Bird Cycle Bird. This is false Bird Cycle Bird. Bird 2.0, we'll call them. This is a current character that I play on WWSMP, if you're not aware. And I I love them. They originally were not gonna be Bird. I actually was either gonna bring back Mari, our lovely bartender, who we'll meet later, or Kane. But then I realized I didn't want to be a bastard, and I don't know how to fight. So I brought back this guy instead, who is so nice. He's, yeah, Josie, our art could have gone a whole lot differently. um, I love this guy. They're just so confused all the time, and just so overwhelmed all the time. And now they don't leave their house. And honestly, me neither, girl. Me neither. Um, I love them. I love them. I don't know what else to say. I love them. Also, if anyone has any questions at any point during this presentation, please feel free to ask. This is why I'm doing this. I have made just so many skins for them. They have so many outfit changes, and I love that because I love a girl with a lot of outfits. She's so to me. Also, at some point I accidentally flipped around her glasses. Do they believe they're a good person? Dog, I don't even know if they're a good person. I mean, I guess Bird technically is. Bird hasn't done anything wrong ever. Don't look at that one time that they hunted a guy down and killed him. Everything else that they've done. Yeah, that is true. A bird doesn't have any eyes, so bird doesn't have eyes, so Josie can look at Bird's eyes, which is just, it's actually really cutie. Ever since playing this server, I don't look at people's Minecraft skin eyes anymore because we have so many Enderian on the server, and by so many I mean 2 that are bothered by eyesight. But for some reason, it's like ingrained into me now. Like I just can't make eye contact even in Minecraft. This is actual Bird. This is actual Bird before they died. And they were sad and pathetic and sad and sad and sad and sad and sad. This is a twink. This is Bird! And I love this photo of Bird so much. I love the way that they look just like so disgruntled, and they've obviously just like walked in on something that they were not supposed to be a part of, and Jaxper's like, what the hell are you doing here? And Bird's just like hanging out. Like, look at them! This is the first Bird, then they died, and when we saw this one that came back. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So at the beginning when Bird stepped off the train, they thought they were this Bird in this cycle. And then after some walking around and realizing, they realized they were not in this cycle. And then recently it was revealed to them that they are not even this Bird. They are a fresh Amari that held on to this mask of Bird, and has been mimicking what they remembered of this Bird, essentially. It's a little harder to explain, because of course the argument is, well, it's all the same person, so it's the same Bird. But it's not, because, yeah, the mask held memories essentially is what the thought behind that was. But it's not because of like environmental differences and personality differences, and the things that make up a mask, that make up the Bird mask, are different than our current Bird mask. I have noted some things that, like, Bird is like, I used to be, you know, I used to be able to do this. I used to be good at this. I used to be able to do that. And now they can't. Whether that be because, you know, the physical Minecraft limitations, or my own personal ability. Like, dog, there's no way I'm beating Josie in a fight ever. This guy did, but I'm not gonna. So, like, that's the easiest way to explain it. I feel like I'm in a college class. You are. Take notes. There's gonna be a quiz later. Do you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. There's gonna be a quiz later. Anyways, here are the other ones. We have Jaxper. I love this design of Jaxper. I think he's silly. I love his little ruffly pants. Look at his funny little ruffly pants. This is Mish. I went to Mish and I went, "Hey Mish, what do you think Mish would look like?" And Mish went, "Leather." And I went, "Oh, okay." And so all of these pieces are different dyed leather pieces. I don't go here. That's okay. It's okay, Cloudy. And Hexel, he looks like a pirate. Because I said so. And her. I love her. Fun fact, so Jaxper is, hold on, let me get this right. Jaxper, Meridian, Bird, Bonsai, the rest of these guys Meridian. And I made, you can't really see it very well, but I made Josie's corset look like the wood, warped wood, that's what it's called. I actually kind of hate Hexel's design, and I should change it, but it's okay because you understand the vibes. You get the vibes. Next. Do we move on? We all know about Bird. We'll talk about Bird more later. Actually, hold on. I actually do have notes about Bird. Give me just a second. I have a whole section that is called Bird's Cycle. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Used to have a treehouse. We all know that. Is afraid of thunderstorms. I try really hard to show that one. They don't like thunderstorms. They never like thunderstorms. They also no longer like gunshots. That one started when they killed Josie with a gun, and was continued when, and was, what's it called? Like, made more extreme with, when? What is the word I'm looking for? Oh, Chris! That's the word I was looking for. The word Chris. When exasperated. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Cloudy. Reinforced is also the word I was trying to say, but it wasn't really like the correct word. When Chris killed Jaxper with a gun. I have a cutscene idea that I was going to make and then never did because Drawing and me were not, we were throwing hands, okay? But it was going to be Jaxper, the fact that Josie got shot with a gun, Jaxper got shot with a gun, Spencer got shot with a gun. Because Bird shot Spencer technically with an arrow, but in my heart of hearts it could have been a gun. And it would have been like those 3 deaths like flashing over each other, because one of them was Bird's fault. She felt guilt about it. One of them was not Bird's fault, but she felt it was her fault and she felt immense guilt about it. And the other one was Bird's fault and she did not feel guilt about it. And it was going to be like a woo woo woo. I'm so happy for you, Josie. It's a lot of heart in heart. I have a lot of hearts in my heart, okay? Um, okay, I also have a timeline of how the last few days of Bird's life went, which I've never said out loud. Um, uh, uh, Josie and Jaxper, not, whoa, wrong people. Josie and Bird are doing something in Copperbend, or like in the desert. I always feel like this is in, you've told me, you're in this server, you can see it. You know the like, like the blank is the exception and should not be counted. That's you. You are the exception and should not be counted. um, I, 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 where I'm imagining this is always like either in Copperbend or like in the desert near Copperbend. Yeah, because Copperbend feud, Spur doesn't want to deal with Bird anymore, so Spur shoves it off onto Jaxper. That's kind of the vibe. That's something that we've established. And so this is the way. Hi, Rim. Hi, Rim. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of, Cloudy. Um, so the way that I believe this happened was Josie and Bird are messing around Copperbend. Jaxper shows up and they start clashing, like as always. It starts off silly and then starts getting like more and more snippy. People start yelling. It turns into an actual fight. Josie kills Jaxper. Then Josie dies to Bird. And then Bird is found with Josie's body by Hexel, Jaxper, who's just woken up at his house, and maybe Sensibrella. And then Bird passes out, gets taken to Jaxper's house, gets found by Noki, fights with Noki, and then Noki leaves. Bird eventually falls asleep at Jaxper's house, not wanting to be by herself, and then Noki assassinates Bird. Bird does not remember this. Still, I mean, probably does now. And then Bird wakes up on the train. That is how the events go in my head. Which I often think about the fact I'm getting gambling ads. Let's go gambling. I often think about the fact that Bird canonically died in Jaxper's house. I think about that actually quite often because it makes me sad. Bird also never told anyone who killed them the first time. Because I think she was probably a little embarrassed. Because like yeah, Doc's gang is powerful and scary, but also like they'd been butting heads for a while. And she'd always come out unscathed, and this time she didn't. And also, if she had told Essie or Jaxper, since they were a part of the law, they would have gotten hurt. And she didn't want that. That's what I think about all the time because I love them. Yeah, I think that's all my bird, all my bird rambles. Next! Gah! Let's change the music! Where is he? Hello, Kane! Where's my better one? There. Actually, no, I want to... Everyone knows my boy Kane. I love them. I love them. Is this the Kane playlist? It is the Kane playlist. I I love them. I've had this design in my head since I first decided that waiting for Black Knives to play. Do you want me to play it right now? I'll put it on next just for you. Add to queue. There you go. I have had this design in my head since I first decided that Amari was a changeling and could shapeshift. I love Kane. Kane is the bounty hunter. Kane is a killer. Okay. We'll do the whole thing. Kane was originally named K9. K9 was what we call the guard dog. So like the sheep flock guard dog, the shepherd dog, hound, whatever you want to call it. They were in a strange-ish relationship with Buck, who in this cycle is called Wooly and is sheep, and then also Josie, who in this cycle we call Shepherd, because it was shepherd, wolf, sheep. There's symbolism. There's symbolism. They were the bounty hunter under Sensbrilla in this cycle, working alongside Jaxper. Kind of like a deputy to Jaxper's sheriff. But not really, because they didn't really do anything really above the law. No. They did everything above the law. I don't know how to say that. They originally would it's so loud. They originally would only go after bounties that other people had put up. But eventually, once they started descending into Kane, the wolf, they started putting up bounties themselves and then completing it. Under the guise that they were still helping the town and they were protecting their town and protecting their brother. My favorite part about Kane is that a playlist to play once you get to Mari. Okay, I have a playlist for Mari somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I have one for Blue. They would put up nether portals. They would whenever they would have a bounty, they would then travel through the nether, build a nether portal outside of whatever their target's house, and then go through the nether portal, kill the target, go back through the nether portal. And so nether portals showing up was an omen of danger and of death. And I think that's a really, really tasty. I think it's so tasty. Kane does not have a face. K9 did have a face, but once they started becoming more rabid, their face got shadowed over and it's no longer visible besides the one eye. which is a motif that's actually in a lot of, here, I'm actually going to go back. It's actually in a lot of the designs. The bird, there's only one eye, and then also in Amari's things, and also their PNG tuber, they only have the one eye. It's also now playing Spawn by Toby Fox. How did K9 become Kane? K9 was there. Okay, this is the best way that I know how to put it. They're both dogs. Okay. K9 was a shepherd dog. So it was a dog that was fiercely loyal and would do anything to protect the flock. But wasn't necessarily wasn't exactly seeking affection, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Whereas K9, nope, Kane is more of an aggressive dog. A dog that is scared and a dog that is hurt, and is going to snap. Might have that one or two people that they're going to be a little less aggressive around, but they're still going to bite if you move too fast. I would say K9 is an aggressive dormant dog, whereas Kane is an actively aggressive animal. Kane also, K9, neither of them spoke very often. Either they are very like silent brooding types. They brood. But the thing that they did do was the whistle, which I don't think I can do right now because I don't feel like it. But it was like a calling card or like a I'm letting you know I'm here thing. But the I'm letting you know I'm here changed my baguette. Sorry, I just threw it on the floor on accident. Changed meaning after a while from like a comforting, hey, I'm not, I don't want to be around, but I'm letting you know I'm here, to a I'm here. Run. Another, a few other fun facts. Kane originally used twin daggers. You can see them on his hip and then on his in his hand, or his gun. After he killed Shepard, he took her scythe, as a like not. I explained it really well to Cheese. Let me see if I can find where. Thanks, Josie. I will play that. Is this just a playlist full of Frank Sinatra? I explained it really well to Cheese. I want to go see if I can find where I'm so sorry, Cheese. I swear I responded to the last message that you sent me, and apparently I never pressed send. I really, really apologize, King. Bye, Cloudy. The way that I explained it to Cheese is that Kane uses Shepard's scythe not out of regret but out of remorse, meaning that Kane doesn't necessarily feel guilty about killing Shepard, but more bad that it had to happen. I guess, is the way that is the easiest way to explain that. Um, because in Kane's whatever sick and twisted way did genuinely care about both Wooly and Shepard. Um, but that care got a little twisted as their mental state deteriorated. Um, Also these little beads that are on their hat. In my heart, those have meanings behind them. Whether they be victims or other things. I don't remember what they were when I made them, but when I made them, they had meaning. I also just really love this braid. I love imagining it like whip around as they fight. It's so tasty to me. This is Kane's mood board. This down here is their designs. This is the dog. The dog. But I wanted the like long flowy cloak with the big hat that like shaded their face. This is K9's board. I wanted the like I love this cosplayer. This cosplayer is exactly what I imagined K9 looking like if they had the like long braid. But the like scarf and then the hat. And then this dog is not quite as insane, but is just like a little rabid. We understand. Now, we are getting into my hand some Amaris that we have not yet ever seen, which is really exciting. If I remember things more later, I'll probably go back and like go back to these slides and be like, oh, listen. But we'll move on for now. Page 1 is done double-sided. We were supposed to what? What were we supposed to? See the other ones? Oh, yeah. You're right. Teehee. You're right. I'll get to that later. This is the design board for one of my Amaris, which I've never drawn, because I don't have drawings of all of them, unfortunately. This is Mimi. Mimi was a deputy of Bonsai. They were a silly, goofy Lil Faye, that was the deputy of Bonsai. No, not Bonsai, Meridian. So sorry. They were the deputy of Meridian because Jaxper was the deputy of Bonsai. That's the way it was. They were a pacifist. They were also a pickpocket, which doesn't really like work with being the deputy, but they had sleight of hand. They also would lay traps to try and like catch people in the act, kind of. And on more than one occasion caught Jaxper in one of their traps because Jax would be like poking around a crime scene or whatever, and then would like fall into a net trap or something, and Jax would be like, "Get me out!" And I think that's really funny. But this is Mimi. They were very like, they are so very Fae in my heart of hearts. I think they probably had fairy wings. Their colors are very like purple and pink. They are a crow, I believe. Hold on, let me look at my list. They're a crow. They never forget a face. I love her. I think she's so cutie. I would like to eventually draw all of them, but I haven't yet. Um, uh, I think she's fun. She's a crow. Um, I want to draw Mimi. Draw Mimi. Next we have an unnamed cycle that I haven't named. This is from our what we call some people call soft cycle, some people call apothecary cycle. This version of Amari was a I don't want to say like a botanist, but they owned like a apothecary. They were bonsai. Um, Daisy was around in this cycle in my heart of hearts, which I know I keep saying that, but I miss Daisy. Um, some of these you'll see like the tattoo ideas, because every Amari has a tattoo. They just shift around where it is. So like Amari's is on their back, Birds is their full back. Mimi's I feel like is on their shoulder blades. And then this one, I swear you had some art of soft cycle somewhere. I did not have art finished, but I was working on art. I know Anthony has a design for soft cycle Buck, which is a sniffer, by the way, and I think about that. I especially think about that considering that this Amari had like lots of flowers, and I think that's really cutie. But they were a green butterfly or a green dragonfly. They're green, and dragonfly is their color. And so Kane's, I don't know where Kane's tattoo is. I think it's probably on their hand up their forearm. But I'm not 100% sold on that. And then this version of Amari's is on their hips. Because I think that's really pretty. I think it's pretty. I freaking love this like design of like kitchen. And then the like bright colored house. I think it's so delightful. I think it's so delightful. They're definitely like green dragonfly in my brains. I like this song. I This is another one that I need to draw really bad. The next one is another one that I have not drawn. But I have dubbed M. I haven't like decided on that fully. This was from a Copperbend Amari. They had a like a library slash museum, where like anything that they found digging or like around in the desert or in the mountains, it's EM is what I've been saying. They would like bring into their like personal collection, and they had like a little library. They were a raven or an eagle or something. They were some kind of big desert bird. Big bird, which is kind of funny because I love the idea of big bird going into the tunnels, or maybe like a burrowing owl. You know, like that kind of vibe. They are yellow. That's the color, yellow. Yeah. Mimi's purple, bright blue. The one that I don't have was light green and light pink. M is yellow and orange. Yeah. Yeah. The next one is I do actually have a drawing somewhere, but I don't know where it is. This is Day. Dae. They were a dole fox. That's the type of little fox hybrid that they were. They are very very magic. They're very magic, very sun, very orange, orange and blue, and sun and magic. I think they're pretty, and I have a drawing somewhere, but I think it's in like a sketchbook somewhere, so I obviously don't have a picture of it. Um, I think their tattoo either was like do you have it? Do you have the finished version or do you have the sketch? But I think it's either the hand or the like on the face. I think it's probably more the on the hand like the henna is, but like the blackish brownish tattoo. It's just a sketch from your server. Let me see. Oh, this is not the finished one, but it's good enough. I will save it. I forgot that was there. This is the little sketch. Go away. This is the little sketch that I did a while ago when I was thinking about them. There we go. This is a little sketch. They do a little dancey dance. And I love them. I think they're pretty. And I think they have so much jewelry and so many bangles. And long hair. Long hair. They are really pretty. Why is the Spot playing? Oh, that's a Prowler, it's not the Spot. Dang it. I got the two of them confused. They sound kind of the same in my head. Get your gun, and listen to what it does. They're pretty. I know, Josie. I changed it out because that's not this guy. It's not this guy. Because I listen to Kane's playlist a lot. I'm so glad you like it, Cheese. I thought you would. But this little fox, I saw this little guy. Look at it! I saw this little guy, and I was like, I need you. I don't know what it is about this little guy or how close together its ears are, but I was like, I love you. I love you. And now this, and then this guy was born. Because I think it's so tiny. I think it's so cutie. Let's see. Do I have any other notes? Oh, I have a note here that this guy was Bonsai Bluff, and also wanted to be magic so bad. So the thought is maybe this is the one that accidentally started the hallucinations, by working with Mish to try to dream walk, unintentionally brought their dreams to reality. Is the way that the hallucinations work. Next! Andy. Andy. This is the guy who does drugs. This is the Amari that tried to convince the entire server that they were actually Indirian, and it's one of the funniest plot lines we've ever come up with ever. They are based off of a Hildebrand's magpie? No, Hildebrand's starling. That's what it is. That's what they did. They were in the Nether with Josie and Gaslight. No, Gaslight, who is Josie, and Jaxper, and they did drugs.
They lived in the warp forest, and you know what the warp forest has? Mushrooms. I also actually, Josie, can I show the design of Gaslight as well, or do you want to show off all of the guys at some point? So all my guys. Okay, I have a lot of guys. Um, I have Sacrifice in here with the other one, but I didn't put Gaslight in here. I don't know why. This is Gaslight. She looks like Rapunzel from Tangled, and I didn't mean to, but she does. And she's so cutie. Look at her. Look at her. I love them. I think they're funny. I think they're funny looking. I like the fact that it looks like Josie's hair has sparkles in it, and I also like the sun on the corset. Yeah, they were both killed by Mickey, because this was the cycle that Mickey killed all the Endermen. Um, yep, they were both killed by Mickey. And then Jaxper killed Mickey because of it. But I really like I love this color combo. I love the like goat look. I think that's really cutie. This is an Ender Eye. Josie's design also has one, I believe, on her necklace, and then Jaxper's design also has one. That was their little trio thing. Um, I think they're pretty cool. I think they're pretty cool. Um, next we have. Why won't it go to the next one? We have. This is Ari. Ari is from Evil Doc Cycle. This is Sacrifice. Sacrifice was one of Doc's first kills. Ari was one of Doc's first was one of like Doc's middle captures but last kills. Um Ari and Sacrifice were friends, and then Sacrifice got captured and killed. And then Ari got captured and then experimented on because they are trigger warnings, trigger warnings, trigger warnings, trigger warnings. Because they can regenerate their limbs. Essentially they would get their wings taken, grown back, and taken again. Doc wanted to see how many times that could happen and have a regenerating food source for Oshi, because this was when Doc helped with the cannibalism. Their animal is a lamb, or also a dove. Sacrificial lamb, dove of peace, which is ironic. They are one of the last bird, quote unquote, the last winged bird characters. Because of the fact that they had their wings chopped and regenerated so many times, they were no longer able to do it at all. And that's the reason they were killed. And so even in other cycles, it is still difficult for them to do the wings without feeling gross about it. Yeah. I love their design though. I think they're really pretty. Um and I wish they had survived longer. R.I.P. this guy, you would have loved living. Let's see. Do I have any other notes about Ari? Uh, Fun fact, Daisy was alive in this cycle. Daisy was alive in this cycle, and was with the buck of the cycle who was Bones, the skeleton. Um, but Ari was not around in this cycle. Because they died, and then Jack Spirit killed Doc. There's a lot of killing. There's a lot of killing. um, uh, Ari, these two, this one and then the one directly after it, these two specific cycles make me the sickest. And that is Ari's cycle, and that is Ko. Ko makes me sick. Um um this is Ko. They were so happy at one point. They were so happy at one point. This is also this is the Butch Josie cycle. Yep. So when Josie's a Butch and she babysits Daisy. Ko was from Meridian in this cycle. Yay! Everyone loves Meridian. I'm pretty sure what the thought was. Wait, no, I lied. Ko is bonsai. I'm dumb. Hydrate. Thank you all. Hydrate, and by hydrate I mean drink hot chocolate, cold chocolate, frozen chocolate. I'm pretty sure what the thought was is that thank you for my bones. I will stretch my bones. Ow, my bones. Sinnock, my wife. I love Sinnock so much. I also am like 90% sure I'm saying her name wrong. But that means that I've always said her name wrong, and that's okay. She's of course the buck of this cycle, so she's the sheriff of Bonsai. I think the idea was that Ko was then the deputy of Bonsai. And they were a little sheriff family with their little mischievous law-breaking daughter. And I love them. They make me sick. Because if you don't know, which I don't know why you wouldn't know, but if you don't know, it all goes terribly wrong. Because if you haven't figured this out, Daisy's no longer with us. And it hasn't been for a really long time. This is the last cycle that Daisy is not an ally. Which, if you don't know the lore of the allies of this server, allies are souls. they're souls. Hashtag me when I start weeping and wailing. Yeah, so they're Ko was a deputy, and this was when Bonsai was getting burned a lot. Do you hate joy and whimsy? No. It was an accident. It was an accident. Okay, it was an accident. This was when Bonsai was getting burned a lot, so Ko's job was to rebuild Bonsai. and all that stuff. There was a lot of conflict in this cycle. And due to that conflict, Daisy unfortunately got caught in the crossfire. And it essentially broke both Sinnock and Co. Um, how is Bird doing? Uh, wouldn't we all like to know? uh, uh, Bird hasn't been out of their house in a while. um, it essentially broke both Ko and Sinnock. Sinnock went rabid, and went to essentially burn the island down. Um, and Ko stayed in Bonsai and tried to hold together their home. And it didn't go well. They all died, and then the cycle restarted. um, I, 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 uh, I'll talk more about Daisy later. I can't think about her right now. She comes in later. she has a whole sheet to herself. How many variants did I miss? You missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, but I can go back and give you the little rundown. All right, you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? We have Kane, Canine, Mimi, unnamed, M, who I love them, Day, Magic, Andy, Gaslight, Geeky, Girl Boss, Ari, they're dead. Ko, this is Ko's lookboard. I wanted Ko to be very unsettling. They're also a magpie. Because I say so. Because I say so. Bye, Josie. Have fun at Domino's. They are eyes, and they are sun, but like dark black sun, and they are bird. They are bird. I think they're nifty neato. I think they're nifty neato. Australian magpie, they would swoop at your head. I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. I also think they collect. I think they have like a bedside table just like filled with random jewelry. Um, just like filled with random jewelry and like crystals and stuff that they would find because I think they would. Because of course they would. Or like coins. Um because I think that's very coded. Coded TM. Next on the chopping block, we have what a guy. Hello, Blue. This is Blue. They have many problems. I've actually spoken about Blue before, semi in depth. We talked about Blue in the. You have notes on Blue quite a bit. Yeah, I was gonna say I've actually talked about Blue quite a bit in the other like info dump that I did because I needed to talk about it. Guys, my dad just brought me blueberry cheesecake. Freaking awesome. I love cheesecake. Um, sorry, I was looking at my notes for blue. So this is blue. Blue has 3 different looks. They have blue, which is this guy, which is their quote unquote true form. And then, oh no, Juicy Juicy Wizard is dead. Man, sure wonder how this could happen. I'm actually not sure what she was gonna say, and I'm a little bit afraid because I don't want to know. This is Stellar. Stellar is their okay, if you don't know this guy's from Game Show Cycle, which is our. I have a lot of things to say about this guy. I am fully aware. This guy's from Game Show Cycle, which is what we call this cycle. They FNAF look, yeah, they all had masks when they were running the game shows for, so that people wouldn't see their faces in case they ever got out. They blew as a part of a little organization, and by organization I mean there were 3 of them. And they essentially kidnapped all the islanders and locked them into fun little games like Squid Game and made them fight to the death. Yay! It was awesome. And then this is Amari, which is the face that Blue used outside of the games to fit in, which it is obviously the same guy, but don't tell them that. It's so obviously just the same guy, and I think that's so funny. Blue actually does have a playlist. Let's swap over to their playlist now. They are, yeah, they're just serving a little bit more. Blue has an a ribcage tattoo, like an under chest tattoo, and it is a star from the middle of their ribcage, going like, and then like swirls going out underneath their chest. And I have it drawn somewhere, but it's like a really, really crappy drawing. But just know, everyone just know. Things about Blue. Which I think I've actually already read all of these, but it's okay. Because Wait! Why are you calling me? Why are you calling me? Stop. Why? I'm hanging up on you. Why did you pause my music? How did you pause my music? From what? Okay, hold on. Hold on. What do you have to say?
So, I was just thinking about it because you got me thinking about game show because, you're talking about Blue.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know how there was the one game show where it was just Josie ran out of ideas?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about specifically the line in Amazing Digital Circus episode 6 where Zubul goes, don't you think it's a little aimless? Use the sights. Fucking... I think game show Josie's cane-coded as well. This light isn't changing.
I'm so sorry, but okay, are you talking about the line where
the gun episode?
Yeah.
And he just goes, okay, I don't care, just shoot each other. Everyone's realizing they shoot each other. Have fun. And it goes, so the game is just shoot each other and have fun? I didn't say have fun. It's just a little aimless. Use the sights.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see this. That is... Yeah.
I'm showing you the clip later to better illustrate this, but I can't right now because I'm on the side of the road, and this light won't turn red. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I don't think I can cross the road. Much like the chicken.
You are just like the chicken.
Much like the chicken, except I cannot cross the road. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to listening to your stream. Have fun.
Okay, thanks. So, yep, thank you. Thank you. All right. How did the wizard cross the road? They didn't. This seems to be the conundrum. Not the chicken big. Yeah. Game Show Josie equals Kane. There's your information. Game Show Josie also equals someone else. Let me see if I can find the. Where is she? There she is. I don't know. I remember there was someone else that we were like, oh, that's definitely like Game Show. I don't even remember what I was saying now. Shadow Milk Cookie. That might have been it. Yeah. Blue is a very interesting character. Guy who likes to be in control versus girl who really, 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 really has to be in control at all times. Who will win? Oh, it's so funny to me. Versus Creeper. Who will win? I love she wins always. She does. I love Boomerang. I love that design. They're all three of them. Gamers. I'm saying this with the most normalcy I can ever muster. The three of them in Game Show Cycle, they're all hot. I don't know why we did this, but we did. And I'm so correct about this. And anyone who disagrees with me is wrong. No, I'm right. I'm right! I love them. I didn't mean to. Yeah, well, so is he, so. I mean, look at him. Okay, gamers, I have a joke. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I don't know if I've ever like shown the like full design of all three of them, but I have this joke, and it's the fact that the three of them, I don't even know if I can say this on Twitch. I'm going to anyways. But the fact that the three of them are tits out trio, because Blue has his shirt buttoned halfway down. Boomerang has the boob window, and Josie's wearing like a low V-neck shirt when she's not in her suit. And I didn't mean to do that when I was drawing any of them. He did? Why? Actually, I don't want to know. I no longer have any questions. I don't want to know. I'm not picking up. I'm not picking up. I'm moving on. I am moving on from this conversation. I'm not picking up. I'm gonna choke and die. I can't believe this. I hate him. I'm gonna disown him. I'm disowning him. He's no longer allowed to talk to me. You're sending me a voicemail? Okay, good. Stop! Are we allowed to see Game Show Josie design? I assume so. And if she says no, well. Okay. Hold on, gamers. What?
So it's Thursday, right? Thursday. Also, I'm calling you because I can't type in chat fast enough. I just can't. So Thursday, right? It's Deltarune Day. Sin streams Deltarune, it's great. In stream, whatever. We're hanging out, and I'm like, man, I need to update Dead by Daylight. And Sen's like, oh, Jack's streaming right now. Do you want to like invade his stream once you update your game? And I'm like, hell yeah. And so we just talked for a bit, and we update my game. It takes like forever, but we finally get it updated, and we open Dead by Daylight, and we go to join Jaxper, and we open his stream, and he's like, Josie, go away. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And, you know, we invade his VC and stuff, and there are talks about like freaky stuff. And I go, what's going on here? And then one thing leads to another, and Sin read an entire Wild West smut fic on stream in detail. It had ask Mossy if Mossy's here, because they wrote it. So
Well,
there was a really some. I think it's expanded my horizons as to what you can say on Twitch, because you know I thought that he would be banned by now, but seems not.
I mean, I guess he is a mature streamer. Like he does have that content warning tag.
Yeah. However, there were some.
I don't want to know. You know what?
There were some things said.
You know
there
what?
Some things said.
Yeah.
And I don't think I feel comfortable saying them out loud.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that was a thing that happened.
Yeah, but you know, I will text you about it later.
Don't.
So, unfortunately, it's already happening.
Stop it, please.
I can't stop it. It's already in motion. I'm so sorry.
I'm showing off your lady. She's pretty.
I'm watching stream. Give me, hang on.
Well, there she goes. She hung up on me. She hates me. Good design? Thanks. I tried my hardest. I wanted her to be neon. And then not neon. Yeah, she has a jester mask, and she has a long skirt, and she has the, I was told, I don't remember who I was told to make her look like. Oh, I was told to make her look like, the Static, the song Static. Is that the name of the song? I don't remember. It's a Vocaloid song. And so I did. Yes, Static Miku. That's what it was. And then I did, but I made her pink and purple and blue and yellow. And I love them. And then Boomerang, is a creeper. And I have his, like, bust design somewhere. That's Blue and Game Show. This is Blue's look board. They are also eye. They have an eye. They have an eye. They had an eye. It's now gone, as you can see. They got it taken out. I think they got it. I think they got shot, but I don't know. Blue's very blue. And there's a lot of like this imagery, the sun coming out of the eye or whatever, because I think that's the vibe. I think that is the vibe. TM. Yep, they did do that. They did do that. I'm a big fan of this specific text post. Nothing hits the spot like sitting around with your arms crossed and looking around and not talking. I love sitting still with my arms crossed and looking around and not talking. That's Blue. They love brooding. An acorn just fell on your head. I'm so proud of you. You're just like Isaac Newton. Do you know what gravity is now? Because that's awesome. Oh yeah, this is the I liked the this, but specifically the this one. And so I wanted the this one with the like lines and the star. Yeah, that's the tattoo concept. I love blue. Next! Finch. Yay! Everyone say I love you, Finch. This is Finch. They're the sibling ever. They are Meridian. They're Meridian. Meridian Outpost. They are goldfinch. They're goldfinch coated. They wanted to look like they brother. So they tiefling like they brother. On to the third page. Wow, jeez, that's so many notes. I'm gonna get you. Hashtag stay evil. The Finch was so funny. Finch is such a funny little guy. I have a note here that says this guy looks the way Hermes from Epic the Musical sounds in my head. And they do. They look the way Hermes' laugh in specifically this song. Yeah. It sounds the way this guy looks to me. I think they spoke the way Hermes from Epic the Musical speaks. I love the inflections, and so this is what I imagine. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, or else I'm not gonna be able to get through this. But that's the thought and the vibe. Also, Finch kept her tattoos swirling, so these ones up on her horns and around her eyes, they are like constantly moving, which I think is an interesting bit. Jaxper has also drawn them once, and it's really the cutest little thing ever. Man, I missed it. Dog, we're still going. We are not even halfway through all the slides. Oh no. We've been here for 2 hours and we're not even halfway through. But they're silly goofy little guy. They're silly goofy little guy, and I love them. They do not actually have any references because we're gonna need like a stretch break at some point. If you guys take a stretch break whenever you need to, I'm still going. I still got soup. We can take a stretch break in a few minutes. I actually, once we get through all of the cycles, we can probably take a few minute break. How about that? How does that sound, gang? Thumbs up. I like Finch. I think they're funny looking. I think they would be the kind of person to like pop out behind barrels, or they're just chaos causer. For surezies. Like for surezies. I just came back from work. Good surviving work, Dark. Good job. This! Alright, I guess I have to turn on Frank Sinatra now, because I promised I would. It's Sinatra time. Oh, that's not what I wanted! That was really loud. Yeah, you're gonna need more pages. Alright, here's Frank Sinatra, apparently. This is Mari. This is the dumbest guy you'll ever come across ever. They were a con artist. They were a gambler. They were a bartender. They honestly between Mari and New York, they probably could just be like Husk somewhat from Has Been, now that I'm like thinking about it. Um uh but that's okay. They're the they're stupid as hell, and I love them for that. Um they Jaxper and I call it reverse bartender trope. Where Jaxper would go in and get free drinks from Mari just to listen to them rant and complain. Um uh which I think is really funny. Um uh Another really funny bit that I think is so funny is uh Mari and what we call New York Josie, because that Josie had a New York accent. um, I drew her at one point. Let's see, do we have the drawing of her? We do. This is New York. And you can tell because she is the colors of the New York flag. I'm like 90% sure, and purple. Um, she's also a goat, and that's because and that's a J-Shot reference. um, oh, I'm sorry. I think they're so stupid. New York and Mari had a rivalry going. They were both from Copperbend, and they both had bars directly across from each other, just to piss each other off. And then they decided to duel because, of course, they did. And and they both shot each other and died. And that's how they lost their second lives. And I think that's so funny. I really like the idea that they both rolled the same number, and instead of like the DM making them re-roll, they just both shot each other. I just think that's so funny. um but yeah, this guy is a is a is a little, yeah. I love him. I think he's so funny. Um uh they both rolled natural ones. Their color palette is very red, very yellow and red. They are some kind of canine. I don't know what kind of canine, but some kind of canine. Um and I think they're silly. I think they're so silly. I do have Art of Mari. I just hate it a lot. And so I've deleted it from everywhere. But I will eventually redraw them. Because I think they're really, because I think they're really funny, and I kind of want to redraw New York and uh and Mari as this meme, because I think it's really funny. They are Australian. They do they do have an Australian accent because it was funny. Because it's really funny. It's really funny to me. Anyways, on to the next. This is Migs! Migs is a purple tiefling, like this. This is from the cycle we call Goth Cycle. They are whimsy goth, which yeah, they're whimsy. They're so whimsical, and purple, and purple, and purple, and purple, and they're like either a cat or a crow. but more cat leaning. I love Migs. I like the idea of their aesthetic. They're like purple and red and cat. Arrgh. And I like this house a lot. I think they would have like very soft purple house. Dark purple house. Yeah, I think they're fun. Next is another unnamed one that only has 4 photos, but it's because I had a concept and then proceeded to not have anything else. And that was weird cryptid deer thing. And that was the whole concept that I had, was weird cryptid deer thing. And that's it. And that's it. Yep. I don't know, man. I've lost my Kane playlist again. There it is. Ugh! That was so loud. Okay, there we go. The weird cryptid deer thing. The deer. Red deer. That was the concept. That was the only concept. This is the Bonsai Bluff Amari. This was the Amari that went from having Mari to Kane to bird to Amari's face cycle. I think they're goo. I think they're deer or wolf. I think they're moss. I think they're scary. I think they're goopy and gunky. And I think they like sit in the oasis sometimes. and I think they sit in the oasis sometimes. Because I think they're weird like that. I also think they have like a mask that they wear, like a bone mask or like a wood mask. Because I think that's pretty tasty. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're weird and cryptid and weird and gunky. Weird goopy gunky guy. I don't know how else to explain it. They're just a strange cryptid creature. They also were a robber and in a gang with Jackspur and Spur and also sometimes Josie. And they were just a weird goopy gunky goopy guy. And that actually is the end of all the different variations that we have. Now we get into all of the other information. We are now over halfway through. How do we feel, gamers? We aren't out of the woods yet, but we're close to it, and then we'll take a little 5-minute breather or so. This, as we've seen recently, hydrate. Cool, I'm hydrating. This is pre-Island Amari, with their bestest friend Dusty, who is played by the wonderful Skull Hoodies. If you do not know who Skull Hoodies is, if you do not know who Skull Hoodies is, What are you doing? I love that guy. They're funny little cryptids together. Dusty is a raccoon hybrid. Amari's still a changeling. They rob things and steal things and destroy things and vandalize things and home invade things, and they're just terrible, terrible people, but it's okay because I love them. I also want to point out the fact that they both have raccoon stripes in their hair because they're matching, and I think that's, and they also both have little flowers in their hairs, and I think it's cutie. And I think it's cutie. This is the guy Evers. I love them. I've played DBDB with that guy. Whoa, I've also played DBDs with that guy. That's crazy. Next we have Daisy. Daisy's not a variant of Amari, obviously. Daisy's my daughter ever, and I love her so much. She's a little girl. She climbed trees, and she stole things, and I miss her. I miss her so much. And she always has little band-aids on her knees where she runs around and she trips and she falls. And I miss her. But I think she's so cutie. She was also the second ally on the island. I'm like 90% sure. We got 2 allies. Anthony and I both got an ally at the festival. We won an ally and then we got one as an engagement gift. And so we kept Daisy, and then came up with a lore reason for having her, and then we gave the other one for. Did you also get an ally at the very first festival? And then we gave the other one to Starf. But I remember Bite giving us Daisy and being like, "Here's the second ally on the island." And I think about that. Oh, Cinder came for the very I didn't know Cinder came from that festival. Interesting. I love allies. I think they're so silly. Where did you come from? Gamer's Persis just appeared in my lap and I don't know where he came from. I didn't even know he was in my room. The door is shut. What are you doing? She's so girly pop. She's so girly pop. And she likes braiding flowers into her hair. And I think she's so silly. And I love her. But that is the conclusion of the first half of our presentation. Yay! Hi, Persis. I'm so sorry that I just screamed in your face. I do apologize. Woohoo! Alright, gamers, we're gonna take a move. We're gonna take a little like 5-minute break. I'm gonna go to fish time. We're gonna take like a 5-minute break. We'll say be back in a min. Everyone go eat. Go get out of my cheesecake. Go take a little break, take a little walk around, use the restroom, grab a drink, and we will be back at it in like 5 minutes. Or less, depending on how fast I can grab a drink. What are we doing when we're coming back? We're going to finish the last 20 slides of the presentation. So it's all the extra information as well as all the cutscenes that we have made and all of talking about all the alternate universes that I have created for this server because there's so many. Okay, I know it's not been 5 minutes, but I'm back now, so I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna do talkie time. I just choked myself. I did choke myself. How is everyone's day been? I know we already talked about it earlier, but for anyone who's joined chat since the beginning of stream, hi gamers, how has your days been? You guys' days been? Yep, that's the word I was looking for. This is really good chocolate, frozen chocolate. I went to see the new FNAF 2 movie. What did you think, Eldritch? I thought it was pretty good when I saw it. Okay. Hello, cheese. Hey, we got their coffee grabs. I'm so glad, King. Like the first one more? I understand that. Don't mind me. Just finishing my cold chocolate. cold chocolate finish. It was okay, but they could have done more. Yeah, I could see that. For sure, Z's, I could see that. All right. It has been 5 minutes. We will wait 1 more minute for the gamers who are getting back a little bit, who are a little bit slower. The little bit slower gamers. You're about to organize your photos? That's so exciting. I think I want to put different emotes into our Twitch emote roundup. Maybe we'll hold a little poll for what emotes to put into it. Cause we recently made some new emotes. If you haven't seen the collection over on the Discord, !Discord to join our Discord and see our beautiful collection of emotes that I just can't stop drawing. I love putting my character into situations. And then making emotes out of those situations. No one knew. No one would have ever guessed this. You get better at making emotes. I literally just look at, like, doodle reaction images that I really enjoy, and then I go, you know what this could be? This could be me. And then I draw it as myself. All right. Who is ready to get schmoving on the rest of the rest. That was all of those were words. The rest of the rest of the rest of the rest. Exactly. The notes. Exactly. Alright. We are gonna go extra. This is me. We're gonna get to the character, the art that I have made later. In this, I meant to say my extra thoughts. I usually say I actually said everything that's in my notes while talking earlier. But the only thing I didn't say is this note here, which is Amari's eyes are reflective. And it was not because of this meme, but this meme definitely was like, oh yeah, no, that's definitely the vibe. Amari's eyes are reflective like a cat's. You know, like how cats, they have that like the like light reflects off. I guess deers also do that. But Amari's eyes do that. It also goes back to this image for some reason, which I'm not sure why, because this image is not after that one, but you get to see the same character over and over and over again, because this is how I feel when I think in my head, and it's just Amari. Now we're getting into some scrapped content. We're getting into some other fun stuff. This is gonna be fun. This is a really cool concept that we came up with. That was it's scrapped. It didn't happen. But it's okay. This was Amari's X Sona. This was an Amari that was built out of X. They're funky and green. And so green. They're so funky and so green. Sorry. I'm just thinking about this. I'm thinking about this this. I'm thinking about this. We have Fox at home. That is not Fox. It kind of looks like Fox, but it's not Fox. This was there was gonna be a. It does not look like Fox. Hold on. I have a photo of them somewhere. Hold on. I'm gonna prove this to no one in particular except for myself. It is just green. This is alright, everyone. This is the character that they're saying this looks like. Yeah, the photos behind them are Fox. This is Fox. It's just because they're neon green. That's the only reason you're saying this looks like Fox. That's the only reason. Yeah, it's because they're green. It's because they're just so green. This was gonna be it's not even the same green. That's what I'm saying. There was gonna be a plot where a bird was gonna get exploded, and then come back as this, because they were gonna get exploded by X, and then the X was gonna stitch them back together, which is so interesting. Hi, Starry. How are you? I know I talked about this last time, but I want to bring it up again. Please note that the binary on their arms says help over and over again. Yeah, I think that's it. But I think that's a really neat. I think that's neat. If you want to know more about this plot, you can buy the design. Woo! All the information is in the design. I wanted to show off the design, and also the background, because I think it's a really, really neat. Where is the? This is the link to the design. It's like $9, and the dollars go to charity. They go to charity. And it has like all the behind the scenes of the entire server. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan. Next. Let's see. Actually, do I have any other scrapped content I want to talk about while we're here? I guess we'll talk about that when we get to there. Yeah, that's fine. This is when we're going to be talking a lot about the design process of Amari. So this here was the original Amari concept. It was going to be really close to my original Sona with the dark gray mask, the red glasses, the green shirt, the brown pants. I also had the like brown overcoat idea, just because I liked it. This was the original concept that I had. And I was looking at this and I was like, that's good. That's very my Sona, but it's not very nether. Like if you're trying to blend into the nether, that's not really gonna cut it. So then I came up with these three concepts. These two first, this is like warped wood. This was warped wood with the yellow, and then this was the actual color that I went with then. I really liked the brown pants a lot. And I really liked the red glasses. I did not like this poncho design at all. So then I started designing other poncho designs. This is the one that I went with, obviously. I really enjoyed this one as well. But I really liked this one, which is what ended up being the final design of Amari. I did really enjoy this one though. I like the way it's like but it would have covered too much of the character and you wouldn't be able to see them. I then went with this color palette because it's very nether. The blue was supposed to be their guitar strap, but after a while they were no longer wearing their guitar, but I still really liked the like strap, so I kept it in the design. Then this of course was their wedding outfit here. This was Bird's festival outfit. I drew it next to the wedding outfit for some reason. But this is this color because Skirma and Mari swapped their color palettes for their wedding because we thought that was funny. But this was the design process of Amari. As I said earlier, I no longer have the like very original design of Amari. I don't know where it went. It is gone. It has disappeared from my everything. I'm so glad, Cheese. I'm so glad that you're noting things down. But I like this design a lot. I'm very happy with it. This here is actually a bolo tie. You can't see it because it's obviously underneath their scarf, but that's a bolo tie that I have. It's a guitar. And so that was what this was based off of, was like my bolo tie. And then their two necklaces, which eventually turn into the engagement ring and wedding ring that I draw on their design after this. Next is all of the rest of the art I have. This is one singular drawing of Bird, and the rest of them are Amari. Some of these I've shown, some of them I have not shown. Hold on. Uh, I'm I'm in the way. I need to move. So we have also chat is also in the way. Okay, I'm removing myself and chat for just a second. Actually, I can put myself back. So this is some artwork that we have. This is when I drew little tiny Skirma and Amari because I thought they were silly. This is when I drew Amari and the actually I need to put myself away. This is when I drew Amari and the Phantoms. This piece is entitled Silence, because Amari had a thing of being like it's too quiet in the house. And so these are the two trees that are outside of the original Skirma and Amari's house that they planted. And then that's the roof. And that's the bonsai wall. These are phantoms. This is my starting soon screen. This is one of the very first pieces I ever drew of Amari ever. I'm very proud of it. This was one of the first times that Anthony and I played on the server together. We were screwing around and we swapped skins because we thought it was funny. And then we went around the island in swapped skins, and so we decided that they just swapped clothes, and I thought it was really funny looking. This is when we also dressed up as Miku and went around and like terrorized people. I'm pretty sure the first time it was Anthony and I, and then we did it again, and I'm pretty sure Hero joined us. And then we did it again, and it was, or I did it again, and it was me and Noki and Mish and Josie, I think. And that was really fun. And then this is gay people. And this is during the whole Void arc when they were having a terrible, terrible time. I love. You can also see the progression of my art too, which I think is pretty cool. This is my unfinished pieces, okay? Some of these pieces are gonna... I need the Prowler to go away. So I need this to go away as well. Some of these pieces are going to need some explaining. And some of them are not. And some of them I put in here because they were cool and I wanted to show them off. Okay, these are my pieces. This was a painting I started but never ever finished and probably won't, of Jay as the fallen angel, and then I was gonna like crystallize the art, and then this is his leg of X, and I thought it looked really cool. I probably will never finish this piece. I really like the cross hatching on the vest, and I like the face. This needs to be a little bit darker, and I'm really proud of these arms and this leg. I freehanded those. I literally went crazy and I freehanded these. I'm really proud of them. I'm really proud of the bones. I'm really proud of this. I think it looks really cool. This was a just in case screen that I like just doodled in case I ever died as Amari and wasn't prepared for it, because I didn't want that to happen, and so I got scared and I made this. I will show I have the actual "you died" in here, I believe. I don't, but everyone knows what it is. I think we actually have the cutscene. This was going to be the new starting soon I was gonna do. It was gonna be like this broken glass effect, and then all the different, not all of them, but 4 of the different Amaris were gonna be in the glass. So the red was Amari, the purple was Kane, the blue was Bird and the green was Mimi. And so it was gonna be like all of them. All of them. And then it was gonna be like colored and so it's my old starting soon screen, but it's gonna be like this fractured cut up effect. And I think it could have been really cool if I had finished it, but it was too complicated up in here. And I didn't really enjoy the way that this was starting to look, so I never finished it. This, I actually hate the way that they look here. Don't look at them. But this was from the Hexel hallucination stream, and I love the way Hexel looks. I am so proud of this. I don't know what it is about it, but I'm very proud of it. I like the way that Hexel looks a lot. But this was the "you're not gonna bleed, are you?" Confrontation with Hallucination Hexel, because that stream was crazy, and I think about it. That stream was crazy, and I think about it often, because Moki is a really, really freaking good villain, and I need him to play a villain more often, because he's really freaking good at it. But these are my unfinished pieces that I felt were finished enough to show. Next, we have VTubers. We have a few different VTubers, ones that were never shown, and then some like differences between other VTubers than the ones were already shown on previous slides. This is the current Bird VTuber that we've been using. This is the one from the Fall Festival. I think she's pretty. I like this one a lot. That's why I've been using it. I don't know. I like it a lot. Heart hands. This was a concept for if Bird cut her hair. Because I like this as well. Obviously that didn't happen. It could happen now. She could shift it to look like this once she gets her shifting back under control. But I thought this was cutie. I really like the braid here. This was the festival, the spring festival design with the big braids and the flowers that match Daisy. This is way too peppy. Ugh. Loud in my ears. No! That's good. This is, of course, the wedding outfit. These are the glow flowers from Meridian, because that was one of Amari's favorite flowers, along with the orange one that I never remember what it's called. But yeah, this is the wedding PNG tuber. I hadn't shown it yet, and it's really rushed and thrown together, but it's okay because it served its purpose. These two are PNGs that I was working on before Amari died and never got to show. But they were gonna be ones I was gonna use. One. I was gonna replace the one that we have with these ones. I was gonna have like multiple of them so I could swap between them. But I didn't realize that the shortcut changing doesn't super work well. And I never finished them, but I still think that they're interesting. This was gonna be for every time that the phantoms started coming down, because if you know, every time the phantoms started, Amari would run and hide under something and look down at the ground, and in the way that I always imagined it was that they were covering their ears with their hands. Whenever they were looking down at the ground, when the phantoms were around, they were covering their ears with their hands. Because they didn't like the sound of the phantom screeching. They didn't like it. And then also the little X coming out of the scars. Which is interesting because those are birds' scars. And I don't actually have a reason for Amari to have them. I just wanted them. That's my reason. Next, art. These are never seen before art. This was going to be the piece I was going to pop up over the screen when I first had Amari grab a piece of X. Because for the longest time, I had never touched a piece of X ever in the server. That only changed when I was on Jaxper's stream with Gemini and Jaxper, and we were clearing out Jay's X geode. The bottom of the geode was still X, and Amari was cleaning up the top of it, and Gemini knocked them to the bottom. That was canonically the first time Amari had ever touched X, and I couldn't do this anymore because it was no longer the first time they would have touched X. So they wouldn't have that weird feeling of like, wow, this is something I've never experienced before, because they would have. I probably still could have used it, but it wasn't that monumental of a moment in my mind anymore. Also, this scarf looks really freaking weird, and I don't know what it is about it, but I don't like it. I think it's because this needs to be like a section of scarf, and then this needs to be a section of scarf. But I didn't do that. I made it all one section, and I don't know why I did that. I mean, I guess that's the way their scarf just is. I don't know why I designed it like that. It should be like this, and then this is one section, and then this is one section. But whatever. This is Amari's tattoo on their back. There are several lines of them saying, "This doesn't make sense. I feel like this should look different," in their journal. And that's because they remembered their tattoo being like one of their other cycles tattoos. And that's that. This here was from a concept when Jaxper was gonna have an insanity arc, and he was gonna start sorry, I just choked myself. And he was gonna start losing it because of all the information he was learning. Luckily, he never had that break, which is so surprising. I honestly thought he would have. But he didn't. Shocker. And so this was gonna be the like, this was the little like concept that I sketched when Jax and I were talking about it that first time. Because I liked this. I liked this pose. I think I actually used this pose again for something, but I don't remember what it was. And that's all the artwork. Yay! Next. AUs. This is what we call Royal AU. Okay? Royal AU was originally concepted by, I believe, now, people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was originally concepted by me. I know Josie was there, I know Noki was there, I know Skull was there, and I know Mish was there. I think Fang was also there, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'm not sure if Fang came in later. But we have this AU. As Australia, yeah, we suddenly became Australian. So this AU is a dark fantasy uh AU with like hybrids and humans and fays and curses and deals to make like other ow, characteristics. Those kinds of things. Hold on, I need my little pillow for my back. There are 4 kingdoms. There is Enderhope, which is our Endirian kingdom. There is Gilded Crest, which is one of our Nether kingdoms. There's Hell Part 2, because we never came up with a name, which is our other Nether kingdom, and then there's an Earthen kingdom. We have Draxus as King of Enderhope, Josie as the Jester, Executioner on weekends, Mickey is the Royal Advisor, and Artisan is the head of the Guard and the Cavalry. In Gilded Crest, we have Jaxper as the king-to-be. Amari is the Bastard Prince. Doc is the Royal Advisor. Spur is the Bodyguard. And then also some other people like Hexel's Criminal, Mio's Librarian, Bublo's King or Head of the Guard. Also, like Beckett used to live in Enderhope. Those kinds of things. Hell Part 2 has Red as the leader, Skirma as the prince. Rat is an artisan carpenter, because Oppo specifically asks for that. Scout and Sniper were like royal wizards or something. Tumbleweed was an assassin. Caden was a knight. Zian and Praz also used to live there. The Earthen Kingdom had Win as king, Gem and Mloka as the princes. Jay was a stable boy. Noki was a knight. Jonah was a weaponsmith. Axel was a spy master. Scourge was an assassin, and Ray was the palace medic. Loppy was also a part of this kingdom. Charcoal lived in the dark forest with Crypt as their familiar. Sense was a bounty hunter. Dusty was Sen's assistant. Oshi was a witch. Rich was the ex-palace doctor turned witch's assistant. Mish was a witch's familiar, and Hero was a traveling potion seller. We have a lot of thoughts and feelings about this AU. There's a whole thing about how Doc is like a terrible advisor and does some unauthorized executions. He gets to be a little unhinged as a treat, but like Jaxper fully trusts Doc, not realizing that Doc is betraying him. Amari is in not like an illegitimate son of the Gilded Crest royal family, but like you know how changelings are. They swap out. And so they wear this little mask to cover the fact that they're fae, because you can always tell if someone is fae by like looking at their eyes. So like Mish, you could tell that they're fae. Artisan, you could tell that they're fae. And fae are feared creatures, of course, because they're creatures of chaos and they're creatures of death and witches and blah blah blah. There's also a bit of like Win and Jaxper are betrothed because they're like the two kings of the kingdoms, but Win is actually in love with Jay, who's the stable boy, and Jaxper is actually in love with Hexel, who's the criminal. That kind of stuff. I'm really, really happy with this AU. Also, since Barilla was childhood friends with Redbite and was training to be her bodyguard, but ended up dying while protecting Red, and then was brought back to life by Clown, who is Sen's partner, who's a witch, and then they put Sen's soul into a tree, and so now he has been presumed dead. Yeah, Clown is canon to this. Um and so, you know, Sen has been presumed dead now, but actually works as a bounty hunter in the kingdoms. It's a whole thing. um yeah, Clown is canon, Dusty's canon. Um um Freaking a dog is alive because Jonah gets to be happy. um I'm pretty sure Charcoal's wife isn't dead or something like that. Yeah, the AU goes crazy. The AU goes crazy. I have lots and lots and lots of thoughts on the AU. It goes crazy. And that is Royal AU. And that is Royal AU. Next on the AU docket is Apocalypse AU. If you can't read my handwriting here, that's understandable. Not many people can. I will explain it to you. So this is my Apocalypse AU. This is a post-ish apocalyptic world, where there's a weird fungi, which is the X. It's a weird fungi. Because I think of X as a parasitic infection, and so that's what I use for all my AUs, is it's a parasitic infection. So these are all these notes, and I'm gonna read them out loud. The island is a survivor camp consisting of 3 parts: bonsai, food and medicine, copper, weaponry and upkeep of the wall, outpost, mediation, supply gathering, and scavenging outside the wall. Outposts are the only ones allowed outside the wall, because they are the most experienced runners, and the ones willing to risk their lives, essentially. Like the ones who understand the risks, if that makes sense. Red is the founder of the island. Sen is in charge of outpost. Skirma is the leader of bonsai, with Jay as his second, and Scourge as head of agriculture. Charcoal is the leader of copper, with Cryptus as second. Jonah refuses to acknowledge the world outside the wall, because at the beginning of the server, Jonah did not acknowledge that the Nether was real. They were like, yeah, it's all magic. And so that's that. Doc used to be a part of Bonsai, but when the conflict between Copper and Bonsai got too intense, he moved to Copper to provide medical support, because Bonsai was food and medicine. After a little while, they started refusing helping Copper because of conflict reasons. Scout and Sniper attempted to rob Island, but instead decided to stay, which I think is really funny. I like the idea that they like broke in one night to rob it, and then we're actually like, hey, this is kind of nice, and they just like stuck around, and everyone was like, where did these guys come from? Loppy and Noki attempted attacks on various members and were promptly exiled, but Noki was let back in after convincing some that she had a change of heart. So they were exiled outside the wall, but Noki was let back in the gate. Sometimes others go outside the wall, but then they come back wrong. For some reason, it's only a temporary wrong. For others, it's more of a long-lasting change. No one knows why, but it doesn't seem to affect the outpost scavengers. So people would like leave, and then when they would come back, they would be weird and wrong. I have a thought in my updated list of this AU that like Skirma left and then disappeared for several months and then came back and was acting weird and acting wrong. And then it was the ex fungi had like taken him over. And then the same thing with Sen. Sen had left and come back like really weird and wrong. And then after a little while, it like they took care of it. But that's my Apocalypse AU. This is my bird design. They have the cool mask and this cool like scarf thing and the little raccoon fur boots. And I think they're cutie, and I like. And then this is my idea of what the camp looks like. This is like metal siding grates, chicken wire, wood barbed wire, and this is like a little vehicle storage area. This is outpost in the center. It's like the watchtower. Bonsai's where all the trees and agriculture is, and then Copper has the like mine, quote unquote, and the forge and stuff. This is my Apocalypse AU. I think it's tasty. I think it's really, really tasty. Um, the next is my superhero AU, which I don't have any art for, but I do have written out information for it. Let me go grab my like actual that's my Apocalypse AU. Where is where's my superhero AU? Hmm. Give me a second. Did I lose it? Oh wait, I know where it is. It's here. Isn't it? Is it? Aha, I found it. Alright. My superhero AU. Our heroes are Spur, Jack Spur, Jay, Buck, Amari, Hero, Axel, Maloka, Curio, Caden, Oakley. Our vigilantes are Draxus, Win, Gem, Josie, Noki, Mish, Spencer, Jet. Our villains are Charcoal, Crypt, Oshi, question mark, used to be Noki, Sniper Scout, kind of, Hexel, question mark, Sen, question mark, Josie for a little while, Dark, Mish, question mark, Loppy. Our criminals are Hexel, question mark, CW, Gem, question mark, B, ZN, Kite. Support is going to be Hero, Doc, Jonah, Art, Beckett, Bub, Ray, Jet, question mark. We also have Red as a retired hero, Sen, who is also a retired hero, but now runs the bounty system, which sends people on like secret quote unquote assignments. Mickey, who's a journalist. Mio, who's like the guy who has all the contacts. And then Proz, who's the fourth wall breaker. Because I could just see Proz like, like in the back of a comic, just breaking the fourth wall, and I love that. I love that idea. These are some of the thoughts that I have on people's superhero like powers. I think Amari was Mirror or Mimi. And they had a power called mimicry, which was as long as they have access to the DNA of a person they're replicating, they can replicate the powers and also gain a feature from that person. So, like, if they had a piece of Jaxper's hair or a little bit of Jaxper's blood, they could, yeah, mimicry. It's mimicry. They could gain his superpowers, but then also would like gain his horns or something. And then when Amari became Bird, their call name would be Magpie. Noki would be Nyx. Her power would be life force manipulation, but she has to gain a small amount of your blood first. Josie's power would of course be teleportation. It's
Endyrian things, but she has to be able to see the area or be very, very familiar with it to be able to teleport into it. Or else, you know, she could teleport into the wall or into a piece of furniture or something, and that wouldn't be very good. Loppy's call name would be Queen, and she would have energy manipulation that would be harnessed with her gun. So she would be able to create very, very large amounts of, like, explosive energy, but she had to not siphon it, but send it through her gun to be able to harness it and not make it explode. Shia's call name would of course be Hero. He would have sigil magic. He could create buffs on self or others by drawing sigils on them using magic ink. Same thing with like drinks. You know, he could do a little magic sigil and then turn it into a drink and then give it to people. CW's call name would of course be Hare, and he would have super speed. He's a rabbit. Spur, I feel like, would have heightened senses, would be fireproof, and also have fire breath, or something of the sort. I think Jaxper would have like super thick skin, tough skin, so he couldn't like be cut, or like, essentially he would have resistance to slashing damage. He would also have super strength and then also heightened senses, which I think is interesting. I think X was a parasitic infection. J went MIA for a long time, and when he came back, he was infected, but also somehow in control of it, ? His powers also became infected. I don't know exactly what J's powers would be, but I like the idea that his powers were like altered because of the thing. Sen came in contact with it and was too overconfident, but it consumed his body and his soul. Think of it like really gross green burn scars. I don't know what I was thinking there, but I think I was thinking like Deadpool, but green, for the way Ness looked. Which is kind of gross, but I kind of was on to something. Noki got attacked with X shortly after becoming a vigilante from a villain, maybe as retaliation. Coming into X for the first time sent Josie into a temporary psychotic break, which sometimes shows itself again by the paranoia of being watched. And then I also have a note here that just says Jaxper got eaten by it, broken heart emoji. I don't know what exactly that means, but that's so funny. I have several other notes here. I have a note here that says Hexel, Sen, and Jaxper are criminal, ex-cop, ex-hero. And I'm so based for that. I also have a note here that says the entities could be a larger group of powered people, like a shadow government, but not. Maybe this group could be who Josie made a deal with that got Amari hurt and then later hurt her as well. Maybe this group gave Sen his powers. Maybe Skirma worked for this group somehow, and that's his tie with Red. This group could also have given Jay his powers. Maybe whoever or whatever made the X originated from this group. Maybe a person who was pushed out and then corrupted, or an experiment gone wrong. I also think Jet was a robot in this AU who was made to copy or be a weapon to be used against Jay, but then went deviant and developed emotions, which I think is very interesting. I also think Amari got into a bad accident while being a vigilante, while working with Vigilante Trio, and
lost their memory or most of their memory, only remember little bits of pieces. I have a note here that says Charcoal bombed the Hero HQ, the island, and that's when Hero and Jaxper killed them. And then also like notes of like how other people's canon deaths could have worked. And that's my superhero AU that I have thought so much about. I'm that's one AU that I actually think about often. Because I love superhero AUs. I love them. Um and next is cutscenes. I am going to pause the music for it. Um I'm gonna talk through cutscenes a little bit before I start them. Um but that we've all seen these cutscenes before. This was the first cutscene I ever did. This is the first one I drew and edited myself. Um, this was after um, uh, the first two hallucination streams, and Amari really losing it, really having a big self worth moment, a big missing they husband moment, a big moment. just a big moment. And that's what this cutscene was. Wait, okay, is it actually playing? I can't tell. It is. What? Play!
Do you think that all the people who have died, all the people who are getting hurt, all the people who are going missing, all the people who are getting desperate enough to do stupid things, do you think this is gonna help them?
Hey, look at me, as soon as you could. Hey, come here.
Go off.
Come here.
Leave as quickly as
Hold my hand. Touch my hand.
Do you think this will be a safe place?
I'm real.
Do you
It's
think
real.
that your friends
It's okay.
will all come back and
What?
stop abandoning you?
What do
You and him were there in that geode,
Something else. Just
Did you say me?
and he came home and did it right here,
terrible question.
Okay.
right in front of your pillar of the community. Cared so much, and you left him the day that he jumped in the lava.
Man, this is beautiful. You
Maybe
really
you'd
have
be
done
more
so
helpful
well.
if you jumped into that lava as well.
And your new
You
friends
come back and maybe you'd be more useful.
With all your new friends from Copperbend, might I add.
Maybe if you finally
This is
got your
great.
hands on this, instead of being a coward, you could actually help
So
someone.
many people, including the people you love, and now you're just
Maybe they
willing to
wouldn't have
rub
gotten the
elbows.
tattoos.
I never told
Maybe you
you.
could have actually done
Not
something.
only that you were so desperate.
Okay.
So
No one knows. I never told anyone. How did you? How many places do you need to go? Are you ever gonna feel like you're actually at home? Normal people don't forget the look of their own face. Keep trying to pass yourself off as normal. I'm sure they'll believe it eventually.
That's the first cutscene we ever did. Um, I have some thoughts and notes about that. Um, my first thought and note is the I very specifically chose the lines that were playing, and I also very specifically made some of the voices louder. Of course, the only two voices that are heard are Jaxper and Anthony's voices, as the hallucinations of Skirma and Jax, and then Bird confronting Jaxper after that hallucination stream. Um, but it was, um, hold on. Sorry, a friend of mine just got a tattoo and it's really cool looking. Um, there that was a like probably over like a 2-day period, cutscene of Amari ruminating on all the things that they'd heard and all the things that they'd learned, and how they felt like they were going insane. And there's a few lines that really stick out, and it's the go fly off leave like you ever stick around line from Skirma. The you left him the day he jumped in the lava line from Jaxper. The like I don't remember exactly what the words are, but the like you know, here you are pretending to be happy with all your new friends and all your new friends from Copperbend, because that was a big deal to Bonzinians back in the day, you know. Even though Amari was Meridian and not Bonsai, but they still had affiliations. And then also the do you even know the look of your own face? The whatever you need to convince yourself to be normal or whatever. That line. Those are some crazy lines. And then also the hey Jax, I need to ask you something just so that I know. And then the how did you know I never told anyone. Those are also really important to Amari, because how did their hallucination know something that they themselves did not know? Which is an ongoing theme. and if I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't even know. Sometimes my hallucinators, they just say things. And I love them for it. But that's the first cutscene. Fey magic. It's Fey magic. It's Fey magic mixed with DX. That's what I always say. That's the first cutscene that we ever did see. And I have big thoughts and feelings about it. This second cutscene is, I think it's the I don't know. It's one of the dreams. I think the ones from here on out probably need to have trigger warnings. This might be the Faces, which has some body horror in it. But I don't exactly remember. I think it is, though. Go back.
You've been standing here for a while now.
Play.
Long enough that your legs have started to go numb, thighs tingling as you sway lightly on your feet, and yet you can't seem to force yourself from where you're planted.
Stop.
Perhaps it would matter more if you could even turn your eyes away from what's been staring back. How long has it been, locking gazes with this stranger, this mimic, familiar in its unfamiliarity? It mocks you, echoing your expression of surprise, of curiosity, the way your skin pulls and morphs against brittle bone, and what you vaguely understand is your brows furrowing, your lips scrunching and pressing close together. There's laughter in its eyes, though, a derisive glee you don't feel in your own, that makes your throat tighten. You swallow. It copies a moment after. Hackles rising, your hand climbs up to your cheek, nails dragging against the flesh. A bolt of euphoria hits you as you watch the delight in its eyes morph to confusion. Its lips part at the same time yours do, as if trying to speak, to beg you to stop. You force them to stretch into a grin, keeping it from ever forming the words. A screech radiates from your own throat as you claw deep into the skin, but you just keep pulling, rending, ripping, tearing, breaking apart the canvas of Cutis. The agony sears your nerves, eyes blurring the image before you of your deplorable double doing the same. You blink away the tears, wanting to watch, to bask in the anguish on its face as it is made to mutilate itself. It's retribution, you tell yourself, your other hand rising to match the mangling movements on the other side. It isn't until you feel the skin finally slip from the surface of your skull that you pull away. Crimson claws gripping the discarded dermis in several pieces. Its own shaking hands do the same, lowering to let you see the fiend in its full glory. But what lies below its mask isn't marbled muscle. Instead, a swirling void stands in its place, squirming and writhing with a nova of nerves, a nebula of nuclei knitting together in the vacuum as they begin to fill the space between its intraterrestrial bodies. It's almost as if it's rebuilding itself. Your hands weaken, the purposeless peels puddle at your feet with a soft squelch. Its eyes hold your gaze as new epidermis webs across the empty space, baring its teeth at you in a vindictive snarl. Or is it a smile of its own? You can't tell. All you know is the face before you isn't what it was before. It's different now, regrown from the bone to an identity you don't recognize other than its eyes. There's no sound, but you can see in them that it is laughing, shaking as your hand rises up to brush against your cheek. Your nails drag against the fresh, grown flesh.
Shout out Mishmer for making me, someone who has an incredibly hard time reading things out loud, read all of those tongue twisters. Also, shout out Mish for writing that. Mish really went, "Hey, can I write you something, homie?" And I went, "Sure, King, go for it." And then she pulled up with that, and I was like, "Oh, it's good. Body horror. I love body horror. Thank you, Mima." Yeah, that was the reveal of the Amari body horror that I really wish I had been able to do more of. I was nervy. So I'll probably do more body horror later in later projects if I can figure out how to. But I sure do enjoy a good body horror. It's one of my favorites. The next one is just the death cutscene. This song is, I believe, Try Again Little Brother from Amari. Which I've actually never played Amari. I really need to, but just the name of the title, I was like, yeah, that needs to be the music that's playing here. And then, yeah, you died. They don't have their hat because it fell off. But yeah, that's the death cutscene. Then this is the other death cutscene, which is so loud, so I might need to turn it down.
One more try. One more face. You can do this.
Which also for some reason only plays in my right headphone. I don't know why it's all of the audio is only in the right headphone. But it is for some reason. This is a Kane cutscene. This is Kane's death cutscene, which was written by also Mish? Who wrote Kane's death cutscene? I think it was also Mish. It was. Yeah. Mishmar also wrote this one. I wrote a Kane piece and I sent it to Mish and I was like, hey, can you write something kind of like this, but Kane's death? And Mish was like, yeah, I got you. And so we wrote this. And this is Jaxper killing Kane. So, trigger warning.
I'm scared. I can't go back. This hurts. Please, someone help me. It burns and it hurts and I can't stop it. There's something warm on your skin. You flex your fingers, wiping the sticky substance off on crust.
Wait. I lied. This might be the wrong... Hold on. There's two different Kane cutscenes, and one of them we finished and one of them we didn't. And I don't remember which one was the one that we finished. So give me just a second. I'm gonna double check that this is the one that we finished. So that I don't get my credits mixed up. This is the Faces dream. This is Kane dream. I lied. Wait. So is there a dream that I'm missing? Hold on. No. No. This is the one that Mish wrote. Yeah. Okay, so this is the one that Mish wrote, and then the one that I wrote is the one that we didn't finish. But if you gamers want, I can post on AO3. If you gamers would be into that. Yeah, here's more body horror. This is Kane being trapped in their not transforming body and scared and angry and dog.
I'm scared. I can't go back. This hurts. Please, someone help me. It burns and it hurts and I can't stop it. There's something warm on your skin. You flex your fingers, wiping the sticky substance off on crusted fabric. A sting, a hiss, but you don't feel it. Not really. Your eyes, your mind, all that they focus on is your quarry, sniveling like a coward behind blurred pink and panicked yellow. I'm stuck, I'm trapped, I can't change, I feel myself slipping, but I can't. I can feel their skin in my teeth, but I can't let it go. Jaxper! Your lips curl back, a low rumble rising from your throat. Your ears fold in a way that strains the muscles. The whole of you coils, roils, adrenaline flash flooding your veins until all you can hear is your own heart thrumming to the rhythm of a war drum calling you to bite, to tear. Your mind is in ruins. Something's building up, pin primed and ready in the chamber my anger at. What I don't know, the world myself. What's left of what matters of me I need to break free, but the only thing unchanged is this need. This isn't you passes through your ears, but that's not true. This is you. Part of your core that you're not hiding anymore. The hound, unbound, wanting nothing more than to do what it does best. Culling useless sheep from the herd. Shrinks behind its shepherd, wielding his flintlock staff like some sort of savior, a brother. He was yours too, though you were no farmer despite how they tried to make you one. You can't save them all. He's not able, not from themselves, not from you either. He should know that. Why are you pointing that at me? What's happening? Why aren't you helping? I thought we were family. Why are you looking at me like that? Help me, please. I need you. I don't know what's happening. Your sinew stretches, limbs shifting into position. It's unconscious, instinctual. You don't process what you're doing until your hind legs press down against the earth and shoot you forward, hand outstretched for mercy. A claw meant to rend the little lamb it's aiming for. There's shouting, but you don't hear it, not past the beating of that drum against your fettering flesh. No, Jax, please! It's the pain that snaps you out of it, really. Then you caught the flash, the way his hand shook when the trigger finally clicked. Your eyes meet his, the bloodlust fading just enough to see the shock on their face, the preemptive grief. Your throat bobs, spit thick. It's not really your choice, but when you look down, A lot of things hadn't been these past months, but you already know what you're going to find. It was blood you wanted. Didn't think it would end up being yours. A gurgling laugh leaves your lips as you collapse to your knees, slumping forward like a puppet cut from its strings. Something had changed in you, mind rotting from the inside. This was the first time you could think clearly since... you don't know. Betrayal feels worse than the bullet. You wish
What?
she would have
There you go.
helped, would have wanted to save you, but a part of you knows why this was inevitable. Sometimes the best way to save a rabid dog is simply to put it down.
That's that. You can there's some Cain and Abel references there because obviously Cain is named Cain, which is kind of funny because Cain is the brother killer, but in this case Abel was the brother killer. Um I mean they're both brother killers. They killed each other and they're brothers. Um uh it is unknown to whom that final target was of Cain's. You can theorize and put in your own thoughts and feelings. The piece I have written was when Cain killed Wooly. Um and that's the piece that I will post later. Um and that is the end of Cain. The piece that I have is the beginning of Cain. This is the moment when Canine started to lose it. Like when he killed Wooly, that was like a snap because he didn't mean to. Wooly was Buck, yes. Um he did not mean to, and that was like a big that was a big. um the next piece is the cutscene that was our farewell Amari cutscene. I wish this conversation had been much longer. I had to cut some stuff out of it because goodness gracious, it was already like 5 minutes long, and I didn't want to edit it, and I didn't want to have to record it, and I didn't want to have to keep drawing frames. So I cut it down to 5 minutes. Um, um, that's why it feels kind of rushed, and the conversations are really quick. I wish I'd had more time to really delve into the relationship between these two sides of the same person. um but after we watch this cutscene, maybe I can talk about it more. um but this cutscene. I'm fine. Bird? What? Oh. Hold on. I actually want to turn it up. Bird, howdy. Turn it Amari? Right. I guess this is the first time we're meeting face to face, isn't it? How are you? I shouldn't be here. Bird, it's okay. I understand why you think that. It's not that you shouldn't be here. You can't be here. I don't know you. That's not true. What? Bird, we are the same. You know this, right? I mean, no, but I came before you. I shouldn't be able to remember what came after me after I went to sleep. Bird, when you stepped off the train, your life restarted. You were no longer Bird. You've just been mimicking the Bird you remembered. No, I'm Bird. I'm the Bird from my cycle. That's not your cycle. This cycle you're in now is your cycle. No, this is your cycle. I invaded your cycle. It's our cycle. Mine ended, yours started. You just held onto a mask in the transformation. So, I'm not Bird? Do you feel like Bird? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, what do you want to do about it? What do you mean? I can't do anything about it. Our magic is gone. I couldn't change face even if I wanted to. You don't need to change your face to become yourself. You've been doing that already by living your life your way. But what? And when your magic returns, you can mess around with a new face. So, are you happy? What? Are you happy? I know I didn't leave at the best time. I mean, everything's gone to shit again, and Jacksper's gone, but yeah, I've been happy. I'm glad. You deserve to be happy, though. Yeah, maybe, but it's okay. I think, my story was supposed to end. I'm not angry about it. I'm very happy with the life I lived. You are? Well, yeah, I had my family, my friends. I had adventures, solved mysteries. What else could I want? But what about your husband? I've seen his statue in the festival grounds. Or Josie, she was your best friend and she killed you. I love Skirma. And I miss him. But he's back now as your Essie. So, in some way I got him back. I guess I do wish he could have come back while I was still alive. But I understand why he left now, I guess. You don't have to justify it. What? Being sad, missing your husband. It sucks. Yeah, it does. But he's back now, and you're alive, so that's what matters, isn't it? Yeah, I guess so. Would you ever come back if you could? I don't know. Because, you're living for the both of us. But I'm not you. I mean, you are, just a different part of me. You could gain my knowledge if you wanted. It's inside of you, just like all the others are. What? Every Amari who's come before you is just, buried deep within you. They're all there. You've just been holding on to Bird too tightly. So, I'd have to give up being Bird? Not unless you wanted to. You can always grow, but still be Bird if that's what you want. But I don't think it is. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it before. But you have. And that's why I'm here. You need to hear it from yourself. Everything you've been trying to convince yourself wasn't true. But what about our magic? Did I cut us off from that? I don't think so. I think Josie might be right about that one. I think it might just have to do with the island. Right. Because why not? But it'll be fine. In the end, it will all be fine. I can tell you that. Thank you, Amari. Sometimes you just need a push. Oh, and Bird, tell our family I love them. I didn't get to do that before I left. And that was our goodbye to Amari. A few notes I have about this cutscene. Number one, please do not look at the discrepancies between Bird's look. I forgot how they were. I accidentally drew them with their hair down. I accidentally drew them without their glasses, because if they were not in their glasses, then they would have needed to have been in their pajamas, but they're not in their pajamas. And if they're in their pajamas, then their hair is up, but their hair is not up. And I also forgot their nose ring. We just don't look at any of those. I'm also pretty sure this armband is on the wrong arm. It's also on a different arm here. So like it's swapped arms. Canon's secret outfit. Canon's secret hallucination outfit. Another thing I want to point out is every time that Amari's glasses are fogged over, they're trying to convince themselves of whatever they were saying.
Life restarted.
So like they're sad here. And then
Is this
hold on. The like, yeah, I was very happy with the life I lived. That
well? What do you?
that conversation, their glasses are.
And I'm not angry about it. Okay, I think my story was maybe, but it's okay. I think my story was supposed to end. I'm not angry about it. I'm very happy with the life I lived.
They're sad, but they're just not showing it. Also, whenever you are, yeah.
Oh yeah, I had my family, my
This-
adventures.
this-
Your husband. I've seen his statue in the festival ground. Josie, she was you.
And then Amari never speaks about Josie except for later when mentioning that Josie's right. Which I had to put in because Josie was the only one who mentioned that. But Amari did not talk about Josie when Bird brought it up. He only talked about Skirma. And that's there's a reason for that. It really sucks getting killed by your best friend, you know? It really sucks to be betrayed like that. Especially when your whole ideology was around trusting those who you felt safe around and who kept you safe. And I think about Amari a lot. Also, I drew their scarf correct this time. It's 2 pieces. I don't know why I never do that, but it's 2 pieces. Amari is such a okay, this is gonna sound a little strange coming from me, especially since I'm like the creator of the guy. But Amari is such an underrated character to me. Because they were so I don't know how to explain it. They were so not infantized, but they were not taken as seriously as they could have been. Because Amari was a very intelligent character. They might not always have looked it, and they might not always have shown that, but Amari was always around and was always seeing everything that was going on. Like, they were not blind to the situations. I'm sure part of it is probably my fault because I speaking out is hard. Um, but I also feel like at the times that Amari did speak out, people people didn't take it seriously. And I know that's a character thing of like, oh well, this character acts like such a you know like a wet cat. It's the wet cat disease. Um, but I mean, Amari is a really intelligent character that just went through a lot of really traumatic stuff and didn't have the emotional capacity to be able to handle all of the traumatic stuff, which made them seem like a much less intelligent character than they actually were. I guess. If if that makes sense. And this is of course not me saying anything bad about anyone on the cast or anything. It's all role play. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying from my uh point of view now, looking back on it, there are things I could have done differently, and there are things that I wish some of the other characters had done differently or had taken a little bit more seriously. Hurt smile. That's just my thoughts on it now, looking back on the on the situation. Obviously a lot of us had never been in a roleplay situation before, so everything was new and scary. Um and so of course there's going to be some uh uh not following our characters' moral codes or whatever moments. Uh, However, comma, I just I miss I miss I miss Amari, but I don't always miss being Amari. Amari was also a character that was very torn between a bunch of groups, which was difficult for me to keep, to keep a handle on all the different groups, if that makes sense. Uh I much enjoy being Bird, who is not aligned to one group. Uh because Amari sure was aligned or tried to be aligned with a lot of different groups, and that sure did not go well for them. I.e., they're dead. uh, I oh, I miss them. Looking at them makes me so sad. Just like looking at them. I can actually put myself back now. Um, I that's guys, that's my little guy. That really is my little guy. Even though they're not lil. That's my guy. And I miss them. Wait, where's my laser pointer? I miss them. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But I wrote this cutscene because I wanted a talk, a final goodbye to Amari, um, as like a as like a this is where you started, this is where you are now, um, but this is not where you have to end. I as you am giving you permission to find yourself. Uh which I think is something that Bird needed to hear. Especially from Amari, who they are so unintentionally attached to through thinking that they stole Amari's life, not realizing that they were always supposed to be here. And that's kind of what this conversation is about, Amari telling Bird that they were always supposed to be in this life. And I really wish I had done more. I really wish these two could have exchanged stories. And I really wish that could have been Bird gaining Amari's memories, was them trading stories, especially with the line of you can always gain my knowledge. That was alluding to that. I was originally going to edit in a bunch of Amari stream clips with the at the end here when they're holding hands, and it was gonna be like flashovers of some Amari streams, but I didn't have time to edit it. I ran out of time essentially, but it's okay because it wasn't but like a stream later that now all of my memories are back, and I and I don't have to go. I don't know that canonically, because now I do. Now I know everything canonically. But these two make me sick. They are very dissimilar, but also similar in the same way, obviously because they are the same person, but like not. It's a whole thing. I don't know. I just, something about talking to yourself and yourself giving you permission to grow and change as a person is really symbolic to me. and I think about it a lot. And it makes me sick. It makes me sick. This frame specifically, I like a lot. I like it a lot. But gamers, that is the end of the 45 frame PowerPoint. That's it. That's the whole PowerPoint. How do you guys feel? Do you feel completed? Do you feel accomplished? We did it. That was the whole. I have so many notes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Made me sad but happy. I'm glad you sad but happy. It's great news. I'm so glad. It sure is. Ooh. It sure is, isn't it? That is all of the information about every single Amari variant. Probably not all the information. There's probably some stuff that I forgot, because I tend to do that. But that's it. That's all of it. Whew. That's all of it. It was 4 hours long. I'm so sorry that I just info dumped at you for 4 hours. But I will now go and I will now go in and post those 2 fics on AO3, I guess, and I'll send a link in the canon content because you guys asked really niceies. You guys asked really niceies. Does anyone have any final questions? Before we head out. Does anyone have any final messages for me? Any final? You do not have any plans for Christmas break? Well, I guess you're gonna be digitizing 5 pages of notes for Christmas break. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, cheese. So sorry you're gonna digitize. Not at the moment. Well, if you do, we have a Discord server, and I like talking in the Discord. Thank you, Eldritch. Ezra, this is terrible timing. We're literally just leaving to rewatch as much of my POV. Whoa. Hi, Ezra. How are you? Thank you very much, Eldritch. I try my hardest. I say so many things all the time. I say so many things, and I have so many thoughts. No! I just got home from my winter ball. Let me go see your fit. Whoa! That's a good fit! 10 out of 10. I like the color green of your dress. That's a good color green. I was gonna watch Twitch to watch your VOD. Yeah, it's 4 hours long. Good luck. I love green too. Oh yeah, I love green. We are ending now though. We are gonna go raid Fang, who is doing I think his final stream on WW. Like 90% sure. I don't know if he said that though, so don't take my word for granted. It is. It's his no, it's tomorrow. It's his second to last final day. Tomorrow is his final day. So, everyone, we are going to go follow. How's it hanging? Oh, son, we are just leaving. Oh no, Sonny, we're just leaving. But there's a 4-hour long VOD, and I will talk about it in the Discord. If anyone wants to come talk in the Discord, I will talk about what we talked about, and I'll also post the thing in the Discord as soon as I have it up. But everyone, go eat, go drink, go take your meds, and go do all the things that you know you're supposed to. And I will see you all